You've entered in the middle of the beginning of my live stream. It's okay. I've got 2 minutes and 44 seconds before I go live. Awesome. Okay, cool. Cool. Dude, boot.dev. Do you know about boot.dev? Yeah, go get boot.dev. Okay. Yeah. Okay, bye. Let's see here. All right. Let's see. We're ready to go now. We're ready to go now-ish. Let's get the comments up. Okay, comments are up. I'm going to turn the heater down. I think I'll keep it on low. It's only 64 degrees in here, but at my feet, it's a bit warmer right now. Let's see. That one's cranking out some heat too. Okay. Well, with that, yeah, let's just go ahead and get going. Let's make sure mic looks good. Sound has been good. Soundboard's working. And now we press the button to go. Okay. Well, hello, and welcome back. Let me give a brief re-intro to the project. So I'm working on a TLS router. So you can think of it like a reverse proxy, like Caddy or Traffic or Nginx, something like that, where we're just connecting a domain to a backend. That's what we're doing. So there's the thing in front, and then it routes to things behind. Okay, so the problem is I've been using this experimental Caddy module, and I'm not quite sure why I'm hitting up against some timeouts with it when I'm trying to update the config via the API, but I am. And so since it's an experimental module and I don't have I don't know how to get support with Caddy. Let me look that up real quick. I mean, Caddy support. And I don't know if the experimental modules are covered, because I think the support is something kind of silly, like sponsor us, which I just want support. I just want dollars in, support out. And I don't remember if they had that. I don't want to speak that way without being sure. I looked into this before. But anyway, I'm doing something weird. What? Oh, okay. Where's support? Okay, support. So, yeah. Okay, see? So you have to become a sponsor to get support. You can't just get support. Okay, so it is what I said. And so, to enter in a sponsorship tier. Oh. Oh, okay. So this gives you access to the blog. So on the occasional email support, yeah. I don't know. I mean, I guess triage priority, publicity, uh, free onboarding call, professional services 10% discount. Okay, so what is professional services then? Professional services. Oh, hold on. Yes. Okay, audio's back. Audio's back. I got to remember to give that thing a second because I remember listening to it once when I turned the audio back on, and it takes a second before it cuts back on, and then I'm in the middle of speaking, and I was like, "Ow!" Kind of hurts the ears. Anyway, professional. Let's see. Professional. What is the price of professional services? Because I could jump on for that amount to get some services, but let's see. Only one remaining. Yeah. But anyway, I don't see where professional services are dictated, what their price is. Oh, okay. So now the company's called Dynamin, Dianym, Dianym. I liked it when it was something. It was something Light Labs. I thought that one was pretty cool. Guy's gone through a bunch of different businesses over the years as it's tried to find where the right thing is. Anyway, contact us, professional services, service, business services. So it says professional services at a discount there, but it doesn't say what the professional services are. Does it say what are the professional services? I don't know. Anyway, free onboarding call, occasional email support. Oh, this weird thing with the mouse is kind of annoying. I don't know. You know what? I probably should. Well, I don't know. I don't like the way that people are licensing software in general. I don't think that the numbers make sense on either side. Free onboarding call. Yeah, anyway, I don't think I'm going to get what I need through any of this, and I think that to figure out how to debug whatever I have going on and get access to my environment, because it's happening in my environment, not other environments, blah blah blah, I just don't think it would work out. Anyway, so that's why I'm doing the TLS router. I'm doing the TLS router because what I need is relatively simple, and or at least relatively simple with existing tools. And so that's what we're going to do. Anyway, let's see. What music should we do? Let's just go synth. I don't know if I've done synth in a while. Let's see how good or how bad it is. That's probably going to annoy some people, but oh well. All right. So let's get back to it. I just have something to debug. I don't think it's going to take that long from where I'm at. I had a fundamental misunderstanding of how CertMagic worked. So I was thinking of CertMagic as kind of an overarching managing program. And I don't think that it actually works that way. So each domain has to be configured individually. So we're not going to have a top level we're not going to have a top level thing here. There is no top level CertMagic. There's just a, let me go back up here, CertMagic, because I was looking at this afterwards. Okay, the config struct for CertMagic storage, that one probably should be shared. I can't think of a case where I wouldn't want that to be shared. But then this is not going to exist. What we will have instead is CertMagic conf map. That will exist here. Okay, that's going to be there. And then what did I just get rid of? Yeah, all right. So we're going to take that, and then that's going to replace down here. What this is complaining about is we're going to have one of these right there. So that should be that. And then we're going to build up this map as we build up the domains. The synth is not working for me. I'm gonna have to switch. I'm gonna go back to piano. No, I'm gonna go back to strings. Because the synth is just not, it's not hitting the spot. I need something a little calmer. I don't know how this is qualified as strings, but we'll go with it. All right, so that was the big thing that we need to change. And then this new CertMagic basically this needs to be defined afterwards. Just like the issuer needs to be defined afterwards. This needs to be defined afterwards. So this is going to be... No! No! Okay. I do not like this, Sam I am. So we've got this self-referential nonsense. Chicken egg problem. All right, that's going to have to be somewhere else. All right. Actually, I think it should be the other way around. Can you explain what is Tmux and what is NeoVim? What are you using? Okay. No, because I don't use either. But I will explain anyway. Even though I'm not able to, I'll explain it, because what better way to live life than to explain things you don't understand? So tmux, I don't know what people use tmux for. And when I ask people, so these are two things that no one has been able to explain to me when I ask. I use a program called Screen, and what Screen allows me to do is to have an SSH session on a remote server and reattach to that session even if the internet is disconnected. So I can be on my laptop, I can be at McDonald's, I can be doing some work over SSH, I can close my laptop, I can go to work, I can open up my laptop, I can reconnect via SSH and rerun Screen. So I could probably show an example of this right here. So I'm going to SSH in, and then you didn't see what happens because I have it happen automatically. Okay, so this is what would normally happen. Let's pretend that I just SSH'd in. This is what would normally happen, is I'd be dropped at this prompt, right? So then what I'm going to do is run Screen. Well, I might do Control R and then Screen. Why is it not running? Oh, because I don't actually run it because I have it set up by default. So I just have it on this system. I have it set up by default. The Screen always runs. And I always run Screen with the exact same command. I always run it this way. I don't have to memorize what all the different options are because I just always run it this way. Even when I don't need to run it this way, I just always run it this way. So X means that the screen can be shared. So if I have somebody else SSH in with me, we can screen share. R means recover or create the screen. Capital S means the screen name. Awesome. I could probably pick a better name, like I could call it default or foobar or whatever, but I just call it awesome. And then -S is for shellfish. So when I run this, the -X means if I'm connected from multiple SSH sessions, they're all going to work. It's not going to complain and say, oh, you're already connected over on this session, and then have to disconnect and reconnect. It says you can connect multiple times. You can have multiple keyboards working from multiple different connections. The -R says I'm either going to find or create the screen session that is named awesome. And the S is actually what defines the name, but the R is I'm going to find or create, and the S is what the name is, right? So it's going to do that, and then boom. And then I can cycle through stuff that I'm doing, and I can have different screens. So that's what screen is. And tmux is something similar, except instead of hitting Control A to do a command in screen, you hit Control B to do a command in tmux. That's pretty much all I know. Now, NeoVim, I don't understand what NeoVim is, and I told somebody that I wanted to use it, but I didn't want to learn it, and they looked at me like I had 3 heads, except it was online, so they didn't look at me. They just typed at me like I had 3 heads. But the thing is this. I don't really want, like, I use Vim for productivity. I don't use Vim because it's cool. I use Vim because I don't understand how anybody else can be productive in something like VS Code. Like, I don't know how somebody can be productive that way. Maybe people are productive that way. Maybe they're not productive that way. I don't know. But the idea of, like, having to click around and scroll and click around and, like, select, you know, I don't know. I mean, I guess it's all the same. Maybe it's all the same. It just, to me, it just seems like it would take forever to get anything done if I was trying to program with a mouse. So that's why, but even more than that, it's just the fact that these GUI tools don't work well on remote servers. Most of them are not built with the idea of a remote server at all. Like, they don't even have the concept of it. And when I've used VS Code, its remote server support is just like every other release. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't work. I just haven't had a good experience with it. And so in Vim, like, I'm not going to program on my own local computer. I'm not a masochist. I mean, everything that I program has to be on the internet, right? And I realize not everybody's that way. But most of the people I know, what they're programming is web apps. Now, actually, okay, I lied a little bit because this one I do happen to be programming on my local computer. But I can't program effectively with it. Like, I need to deploy it in order to program effectively with it and run it, because most things, like, the local host just is not a good environment. Your webhooks don't work well. You got to do a lot of extra configuration. It's just a pain in the butt to get things working on a non-networked machine when what you're working on is network code. So I just prefer, and you know, some people solve this problem by they run Docker and then they run an entire virtualized network in Docker, and then it eats up so many system resources, and you know, I just find it a lot easier to deploy an instance that's just, you know, a blank instance, install the couple things I need. It takes 30 seconds, and then I'm off to the races. And I guess some people say the same thing about Docker, but I just don't feel that way. Docker to me is a nightmare of configuration, and it's just very outdated. Because Docker was, you know, the first of its kind is the worst of its kind. That's just typically true of many, many things. Like, look at Star Wars. Look at Star Wars versus Jurassic Park, okay? Look at Star Wars and look at Terminator 1, and then look at Jurassic Park. Jurassic Park was the perfection of all of the cinema techniques that were done in the original Star Wars and the original Terminator. Right? So, I guess it was really Terminator 2. The technology that they developed, because they wanted to redo Terminator because it just sucked, and then the technology came along, and then they made Terminator 2, and the technology for Terminator 2 was directly the technology that they used to make Jurassic Park. Anyway, my whole point is that whenever something is the first of its kind, it may be iconic, it may be the thing that people love or remember, but when you go back and you look at it objectively, Terminator 1 was a terrible movie. Okay? I mean, it just, like, it does not hold up to today's standards. The audio, the color, like, all of that stuff about the original Star Wars is terrible. And it's, if you can't look at it objectively and say, yeah, this is amateur quality compared to what Jurassic Park had. Now, technology of Jurassic Park, we've pretty much lost. I just was watching Bedknobs and Broomsticks with the kids, and it's amazing to me. Mary Poppins, Bedknobs and Broomsticks, a lot of those old movies were really, 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 really good, actually. And Mary Poppins really perfected a lot of cinema magic. And we did lose that. So it's not like the first of its kind, the worst of its kind, and everything else is better. It's the first of its kind, the worst of its kind, like the second or third iteration is like really, really good, and then we lose the technology. And anyway, I don't even remember how that relates to the original thing anymore, other than that I use Vim because it works well on remote servers, and I would use NeoVim, but no one will... I can't pay someone to get me up and running with NeoVim to be productive. I've tried multiple times to ask people, hey, can I just pay you to get this thing set up for me? I'm going to tell you what I want, and I just want you to get it set up so that it works. And I cannot pay someone to get NeoVim set up for me, and the time that I've spent on it just went to waste, because I could get like the fancy colors and the animations and the pop-up windows, but I don't want any of that. I just want it to work with code. So anyway, I don't know what NeoVim is, other than that it's a rewrite of Vim that has more features that people... I think the people that like NeoVim are the people that like to configure their editor. I don't like to configure my editor. Just when something's not working with my editor, I want it fixed. And Vim sometimes allows me to do that, I guess. But I don't really know much about editors, so I just have a Vim config that works really, really well. And if you want the same thing, then you can go to webinstall.dev/Vim Essentials, and you can get almost exactly the same configuration that I have in a matter of a few seconds. And you can be just as productive as I am in a matter, well, in terms of the plugins and everything that's installed. Obviously, you still have to learn. I didn't even know it was called Vim Motions. I only learned it was called Vim Motions because NeoVim became popular. I just thought that was called using Vim, but apparently it's called Vim Motions. So, for example, this is H, this is L, this is J, this is K, this is V. Like, all of that stuff is called Vim Motions, apparently. But I didn't know that. I just knew this is how you use Vim, because I learn about one new Vim thing a year, and so I know about 20 things in Vim, because that's about how long I've been using Vim, and I learn about one new thing a year. The HJKL, that just counts as one thing, though. But the V, that's its own thing. Knowing how to do buffers, that's its own thing. Knowing GG, and then 100, and like 102G, like that, that's its own thing. So knowing GH, whoops, sorry, G, dang it. No, GJ, I meant to say GJ. Knowing GJ and GK so that you can go down by line. So if there's a wrapping line, you can go up and down. That's one thing. So I know very little about Vim. I just know what I need to know to be productive. And every once in a while I see somebody else is using it and they do something that I didn't know you could do that I think, oh, if I did that, it would make my life better. And then I copy them. Yeah. You are welcome. I don't know if that's a good explanation, but you are welcome. Okay, so let me get back to what I was doing here. How many things did I screw up while I was just playing around with keys and not paying attention to what I was doing? Did I need that one? I don't think so. What were we doing here? Okay, so here's what we were doing. I'm going to flippy doodle this. I'm going to take this one. We're going to make this the default instead. So I could probably just do this, I guess. CertMagic storage. If CertMagic storage is equal to nil, then CertMagic storage is the default. There we go. That's how I'm going to set that one up. I like that better. There's some stuff right now that I don't like with my Go config, but I just don't really want to take the time to change it. I might look at an older computer. I had something set up better at one point, but I try to get everything into webinstall.dev so that if I want to replicate my development setup on a whim, on a new machine, anywhere, almost everything I do for development is on webinstall.dev. And I can get a minimal setup on it, whether it's Mac or whether it's a VPS or it's a container or whatever it is, I can get it set up. TLS routing so TLS is the S part of HTTPS. The S stands for TLS because before there was TLS, there was SSL, and then SSL was deprecated and killed off, and TLS took its place. So the S in HTTPS stands for TLS, and it's the encryption. So if you want to route traffic without decrypting it, then, or if you want to route traffic based on application layer hints, then you need to route it at the TLS layer. So I want to be able to route something without decrypting that. Now, what I'm doing right now is that I also want to be able to route things by decrypting it, but to know whether or not I should decrypt it in the first place, I have to have the layer of the TLS routing. So the TLS gives you the server name and the protocol, or potentially protocols. So for example, Postgres as of version 17 now properly supports TLS. So you can send a request to a server and indicate in the TLS that it's a Postgres is what's being encapsulated. Or you can do the same thing with SSH. SSH does not support it natively, but you can use the S client, either the one that's on webinstall.dev or the one that comes with OpenSSH or one of a variety of other ones. You can use S client to send the server name and the protocol hint, and you can have SSH go over HTTPS. You can have basically any protocol go over port 443 TLS, TCP, because of SNI and ALPN. So SNI is server name indication, and ALPN is application layer protocol negotiation. Basically, it says, is this HTTP2, HTTP1, HTTP3, Postgres, Samba? Lots of protocols have their more recent versions support TLS. I hope one day that SSH natively supports TLS, but for right now, it supports TLS being wrapped, but it doesn't support it natively. Anyway, so I need to do this thingamabob. So it looks like, let's see, do I need then... Oh, new listing config. It looks like I'm going to have to do this. I'm going to have to do LC is part of listen config. And then we're not going to have config here. We'll have something else. Like we're going to have probably DNS names would be an array of strings. Bless me. And then for the config, will be LC dot CertMagic storage, maybe. What do we have here? Or lc.config. Is that what this is? I guess in that case we don't really need to set this up, or maybe we do. Oh, and of course we don't need to instantiate that. We just need to do that like that. And then let's get rid of those error messages because they're not very helpful right now. So really, all right, CertMagic config, new config, and then we have something like default names that I think we have to set. I have to go look at the CertMagic config because I created Greenlock, and I was expecting that in making CertMagic they would have come to the same set of constraints that I came to when making Greenlock, and they were just slightly different. So their perspective that led them to CertMagic was just slightly different than the perspective that led me to Greenlock. So with Greenlock, my whole thing was that every domain it's going to have a different config. But with CertMagic, it seems like they started out with the idea that all of your domains would have the same config, which makes sense from a certain point of view. It doesn't make sense from the services perspective, but it makes sense from single instance perspective. But then their API did not grow. Their solution was to create multiple instances of CertMagic to manage different domain configs. And so I had not anticipated that someone would come to that conclusion. And so I just didn't. I was struggling because I fundamentally didn't understand that was the route you're supposed to take. I was looking at some of the dynamic functions like get config for cert, yada yada. Anyway. Or no, there's one like that for TLS. Anyway, I thought that this is meant, if you actually read the documentation, this is only meant for if you have a new version of the config. Okay. So, what was I looking for? I think I have to go to the Go doc for it. Let me go back to the Go doc. So what I need is to look at the new documentation. Okay. New, and then let's look at config. So renewal window ratio, on event, default server name. Yeah, I'm still confused by some of this because I'm having trouble getting my head wrapped around what the use case was for this. Because I don't know where I specify what the server names are. No, an issuer would not be certbot. An issuer would be let's encrypt. So CertMagic is a library that is similar to certbot. But it is also, I don't know if they have a CLI tool for CertMagic. I don't think that they do, actually. Greenlock both has a CLI tool and is a library. But both of them in some ways are in the same category as certbot or ACME SH. Okay. All right, let's look at the examples again. Where does it define the domain names? That's what I want to know. Because I don't see in any of these examples, I don't see it defining the domain names, and that's where I'm a little confused. Because in my implementation, I have to go look at the... I used this once before years ago, but the API was different. It's changed since then. So I'm just trying to ignore what I did previously and start fresh. Okay. This obtains certificates. Okay, so maybe this is what I need to do here. So maybe you don't specify it in the config. You specify it by calling manage. Okay. I guess I'm a little confused by this. Yeah, it's just a little bit inverted from the way that I implemented it. And I have thought I do not want to do this right now. Yeah, I just want to work around the way that it works, but I have thought I may want to fork CertMagic and make it more Greenlock style where it's focused around domain configs. Because this to me is confusing. Because I'm calling manage, but what does this create a certificate for each of these, or does this create a certificate for all of these? And so I think get certificate just gets it from the cache. Because there's a couple of things that you need to do. You need to renew. I just don't understand what he's trying to do here. Like, how do I actually manage the certificates themselves? Like, how do I manage... Does he have the word SAN in here? That would help me a lot if it... Okay, does CertMagic obtain SAN? Blah, blah, blah. Technically, yeah, blah, blah, blah. But if you're asking whether there's multiple SANs, the answer is no. What? What? How is that possible? What? Okay, whatever. That also doesn't make sense. I thought this was supposed to be enterprise. Doesn't this say like enterprise in it? Okay, all right. Well, at least that clears some stuff up for me. The idea that it would not support multiple domains per certificate is wild to me. Okay, but that clears things up. That is why I'm getting so confused, because typically when you want to get a Let's Encrypt certificate, you want to specify multiple domains. You want to specify the domains for the application that are going to run on that instance, right? So for example, you might have www.example.com and example.com. It'd be fairly common to have both of those in the same certificate. Or you might want to have api.example.com, www.example.com, example.com, assets.example.com, exampleassets.com. You know, it's pretty common that you want to have multiple names on a certificate, because it increases your connectivity efficiency. Because when the browser is going to, say the browser makes a connection to example.com, it's going to know that it also has a connection to api.example.com and whatever else I listed, exampleassets.com. So when the browser makes the first connection, it actually establishes the TLS connections for all of them. So when you go to make requests, it can pipeline those requests, or it can just reuse the handshake. So it doesn't have to do a handshake every single time you connect to every domain that's related as part of your application. So it's pretty common to do that. So yeah, but it's also pretty common to have each of your things on a completely distinct separate server and not reuse them. And it doesn't guarantee, like, let's say that you did a lookup for exampleassets.com and you get back a different IP address. The browser isn't going to get confused and then try to funnel things through the other session. It's just when things resolve correctly and you have certificates that have multiple names on them, then the browser can reuse the TLS session and reuse the TLS certificate and stuff. You can't ask an LLM about what? What would I be asking an LLM about? LLMs are a double-edged sword, because you have to double check every single thing that you ask them. You can never trust them for anything. Either, like, if you already know the information, then you can ask an LLM, like, you know, I just forgot how to do X. I can ask an LLM, and the LLM is going to tell me how to do X, and I'll know whether or not it's right, or if my information is outdated. And it happens all the time. I ask it how to do X and it just hallucinates something, and I'm like, oh, is this a new API? And then I go look up X and it's like, it's just making crap up. So LLMs, they have their place, but they are not, it's just an absolute grab bag. Like, I find Grok to be the best right now. Before Grok, I found Quen to be the best. OpenAI has not been the best for the stuff that I do, basically since the release of 4.0. Like, the next LLM that came out after 4.0, OpenAPI has not really been competitive since then from my perspective. But you know, they leapfrog well, that's not entirely true, because they've released multiple versions of 4.0 and they leapfrog, but then, you know, something else leapfrogs them and yada yada. But LLMs are a mixed bag. Well, they're all getting better, but they're all just statistical analysis tool. All they are is search, right? LLMs replace search engines. That's what we're doing. LLMs don't replace coding. They replace search engines. They do better than search engines, because you may not remember, but okay, search.brave.com was doing, you know, if you ask a question like, what's the price of rice in China? Let's see if you know, like, search.brave.com has been doing this since before ChatGPT was announced, right? And Google was doing the same thing. I don't remember if they did it before or after Brave, but Google has been doing this sort of thing for a long time. And before they did this, they would pick stuff out of one of the top search results. Like, they would give you a code sample from Stack Overflow. So all LLMs are doing is they're just an evolution of search, where they're saying, okay, I want you to not only find specifically what part of these 3 pages is the thing I'm looking for, I want you to take the common and unique components of my question and the material and then construct an answer that's statistically accurate. And they're not, they're not very good. They're like maybe 60 or 70, not 60. Yeah, I mean like 60, 70, 80%. They're in that range, right? But imagine you went to McDonald's and you ordered your food and you only got the right order 60, 70, or 80% of the time. It wouldn't be a great experience. So LLMs, I love them. I love that they exist. I use Jeopardy. I use Grok. I use Quen. I will cross-reference them. I'll ask them the same question to see if they get similar answers. But you don't want to waste time spinning your wheels on an LLM. Like that's the whole joke about vibe coding, right? Is you're gonna spend all this time reprompting and reprompting and reprompting and reprompting when you could have just clicked the source link and then seen the documentation and got it right, So they are an excellent tool. Sometimes I am absolutely blown away how good they are. It just depends on the question that I'm asking. But again, it's because you have to think about it from the reference of when other people answer this question on Stack Overflow and sites like Stack Overflow, how often are they correct? Because if the majority of people on Stack Overflow are wrong, and Stack Overflow has done analytics based on how often people come back to the question and then try the next solution. So, they track that, you copied this and then they track that you came back and you copied the next thing, and they track when did you stop copying stuff. And that, and they had a way to track the signal of you found the right answer. And what they found is that the majority of the answers on Stack Overflow are wrong, or they're not useful to people. So based on that, if the majority of the training data is garbage, then the majority of the output data is going to be garbage. Go is one of the exceptions for LLMs. LLMs have abundantly good training data that's actually good for Go. Go has fewer ways of doing things. Typically, even though Go is probably the easiest language that a beginner could learn, typically only experts use it, which is really weird. So you have a bunch of really high quality code with a really low error rate, and so the LLMs tend to be really, really good at Go. And sometimes you think, oh, this is such a niche problem, it's not going to have a good solution, but then it does, because somebody else has solved it, and the people who have solved it in similar ways. So it comes out with a very strong, good answer. So LLMs sometimes perform the worst where they have the most training data, because more of the training data is corrupt to start with. And some of the places where they have the least training data is where they're actually the best, because the data that they have is more accurate than other stuff. So it's really interesting. But LLMs are never going to replace programmers, show me wrong, right? Like, make me eat my words. But Google search was never going to replace programmers. Stack Overflow was never going to replace programmers. Brave search was never going to replace programmers. GPT was never going to replace programmers. And we've heard this thing in the past, like, oh, well, now that we have search engines, we're not going to need, blah, 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 blah. Now we have Stack Overflow. Anybody can just copy and paste the answer from Stack Overflow. But then every time it turns out, well, maybe not, So this is the tune that people have been singing a long time. They're going to keep singing it. It's just a tool. Hopefully it helps you do your job better. Anyway, on event. Okay, now I understand how this thing is working. So, the way that we should look at CertMagic is a configuration for an issuer. Which, in the case of CertMagic, means both the thing that's like Let's Encrypt or 0SSL, along with the solvers for DNS or whatever. Okay. All right. Really interesting. kind of wants me to make a tool, like one thing that would, I don't know if libDNS supports this, but getting the list of all of the domains that are supported by a plugin so that when you encounter a domain, you know which plugin it will work with. That would actually be really cool. Okay. Yeah, that would be really neat. To be able to just take all of your DNS stuff, figure out which it belongs to. If you have some sort of wildcard that doesn't belong to it, then yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. I think I may write a libDNS plugin that's just based on JSON, just doing HTTP requests. I might call it, I don't know what they're called, but I might call it DNS hook or something like that, and just have it focused on webhooks. Anyway, so we've got our new CertMagic. We're going to pass in DNS names. I don't know if we're going to do that. We are. It's going to fetch multiple configs. All right, I'm starting to understand the hierarchy here. I'm starting to understand the hierarchy. All right. Making some notes. Actually, let me just make them over here. Okay. Every technology needs the anatomy of document. An instance of CertMagic is aka magic multi-SAN is not supported. Okay. This is so weird to me. Okay. All right, let's go with this for now. Okay. So this is kind of helping me. This is kind of helping me understand how this is actually supposed to work. So I want to create an instance of CertMagic for every set of issuers and solvers. At some point, I want to call manage. So another reason that you want multi-SAN is because it does help you cut back on how many certificates you're issuing, which is one of your rate limits. There's so much plumbing here. Yeah, you know what's funny? You know, I had a funny moment just now. I looked at the preview and there wasn't the glare on the screen that's on my screen, because there's a glare on my screen and I was like, oh, I wonder if that's showing up in the preview. Of course it's not showing up in the preview, but that was just kind of a funny moment. All right. All right. What are we doing here? All right, this is a little confusing. Okay, so we need the cache to be up at the level at this level here. Okay, so we need to have our CertMagic cache and our CertMagic storage all need to be up here. Because this new CertMagic is basically a new, the instance, that the cache and the storage are going to be shared. I don't know what that was, but we're going to get rid of that for now. Actually, maybe we'll leave that for now. I don't know. When in doubt, take it out. There we go. All right, and this one right here, that goes there, and I think both storage and cache are interfaces. I don't think they require pointers. Cache might, but we'll see. Okay, but the problem with the cache is that the cache requires an instance, right? No, okay, thank heavens. Yeah, the loop-de-loop logic here is a little frustrating to me. Self-referential mabob bits. All right. Okay, but see, this is confusing. Ugh. I think this is okay. And then this one, this can't fail. If it fails, it is a straight up panic because we're not putting anything in that conf map except for, in fact, we could even use a type on, well, no, it wouldn't matter because this basically accepts it accepts, I think, just a comparable. So anyway, so CertMagic.config. So this would be magic any dot. So that's right. What's wrong here? Cert names. Okay, cert names. And we also have a guarantee that the certificate has at least one name. I don't even want to put the extra check in because I know that that's guaranteed. Okay. So I was wrong about the cache. Cache is not an interface, which actually that makes more sense. Cache is a literal type. Okay, cool. To do. Is this to done? What's up, Professor Logout? How you doing, man? All right. I don't know if we need an error message for that because if it doesn't have, well, I don't know. Maybe just put one there. I'm pretty sure I had an error for this already. Well, I mean, this just shouldn't be possible. I kind of want to do on-demand certs, even with this strategy, because I don't like when it starts up and it checks all the certificates and then tries to load them when you restart the process. I think I might start that way, but I think that I'd prefer to have it be on demand. All right. Magic, return magic. Impossible error. Asked for I mean, this, okay, this is not impossible. The database could have been changed, right? Like somebody could have overwritten every single certificate in the database with this. Let me see what this is supposed to return. Because in this case, I don't think we return an error. I think we just return nil. Or maybe there's a special error we should return, like not found. Because that's an impossible condition. If that condition arises, then it should just reissue the certificate. Let's see here. Let me go look at the code for this. I want to see how it behaves. Wait, why, there we go. Config getter. There we go. Config getter. How does config getter? Wait, no, not config getter. It's the thing that uses it. Config getter. Get config for cert. It's the thing that calls it. All right. Okay. Question. Doing good. Hacking on some JS, which is really not my strong suit. Are you in deep with certificate handling? I see. Yes. Yes. So I'm the author of Greenlock, which was for many years the #1 Let's Encrypt module for Node. And now I don't want to rewrite Greenlock in Go if I can avoid it, although I might. I think I am going to need to eventually, but for right now, I think I can use CertMagic. But I'm seeing that I don't think CertMagic will scale for my use case. And that sounds really grandiose, but I am already having a problem with the Caddy L4 module. I don't understand why I'm having the problem. It's reproducible for me. They're not saying that they have other people reporting the problem, but I don't know that they have other people doing what I'm doing. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't be doing it because I'd be using the tool that exists. But, okay, anyway. I want to see where this thing is used, and I want to see how it handles the case. Get. All right, 4 more matches. Where is it being called? Get cert. Okay, so get cert is here. All right, if error not equal nil, return nil error. cert cache. I'm a little confused. Config. Okay, so that can panic. So it must return an error. Okay, got it. That's what I need to know. So it's going to get cert. It expects the config. So this seems like this should be called get config, not get cert, but probably left over from some previous time when the code was getting the certificate directly before the cache was implemented or something. I'm very confused about this then. Cert cache. Okay, I think that kind of makes sense, because if the config is different, the cache should still be the same. Cache should be the same regardless of the config. Agreed. Okay, agreed. So the cache should be shared among all instances. Agreed. All right, cool. So load, cert config load, blah, blah, blah. Haha. Does on demand mean that the first request will take more time? The very first request ever will take more time. Yes. Yes, that's what it means. So what that means is that if you were to deploy the instance new, if all of your domains are highly active, then it doesn't matter. You've got the same problem. If you don't have a shared certificate storage and you do a new deployment, you've got the same problem. And you may run into a lockout issue, a self-denial of service issue, for having too many requests too quickly. If you have a few domains that are really hot, then it's not going to make a difference for the hot domains, because that first request is going to still take time no matter what for a new deployment. Where it makes sense is where some of the domains are hot and some of them are not. But if you just do on demand all the time, you're not really at any disadvantage. The other potential issue is that I don't know if this is the case in CertMagic or not. We handle this case in Greenlock. I don't know if CertMagic handles it, but there's also the case where your domain is never accessed. It's accessed a few times a year by one specific customer. A specific domain is only accessed a few times a year by a specific customer. So you're doing renewals in the background, even when the domain's never used. Versus you're not doing renewals in the background and you just have an occasion where that site takes a little longer to load both times and potentially gives back a TLS error because the TLS handshake might time out before it's done issuing the certificate. And then on refresh, it would work. So in general, on demand is a better strategy. There's very niche circumstances where on demand is not the better strategy. Read this if you want to know JS. Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know that reading the specification is going to help you to learn JavaScript. I have my doubts. How many pages is the specification, by the way? It seems kind of a long document. Let's see, if I were to print it, how many pages would it be? And we'll have to subtract like half, because I imagine that when this prints, it prints with super large font that we don't actually need when reading. Okay, so 400 sheets of paper. So let's say that's 200 pages, because let's say that half of it's just useless white space. Maybe I would do well to read this, but you know what? I don't want to. I don't want to read it. I don't want to deal with JavaScript any more than I have to anymore. I love JavaScript. I don't like what people are doing with it. Close to 500 pages have converted to a PDF. But the question is, with what font size? Because if it's font size where it's physically this big, I mean, that's kind of big. I don't really need it that big. And if it's double spaced or whatever, you know, I don't really need it double spaced, except for between paragraphs or code examples or whatever. So I don't know what it looks like when it prints out, but all right. So what am I doing here? I've got the CertMagic instance. I do need all right. All right. I actually want to ship this thing before the heat death of the universe. Otherwise, I might actually read this. What? Okay, this just popped up in my feed. The Windows subsystem for Linux is now open source. Can they do that? Wouldn't that reveal so much information about the Linux kernel that then Wine would be able to implement it without any problem whatsoever? Interesting. See, this just popped up in my feed, and I happened to glance over on the other screen, which the best of programmers recommend to only use one screen, by the way. They must have patented it or something. I don't know how they would be releasing the source code for how file sharing Linux to Windows with WSL's Plan 9. Oh, that's funny. I want to understand more why Plan 9 is always a target. I think it's maybe because it's a very clean implementation of POSIX. I'm not sure. I actually don't even know if Plan 9 is POSIX. Like, sometimes I think it's a joke, or like I don't understand. If you've ever used Plan 9, I'm probably one of the 1,200 people on the planet that's ever used Plan 9. I ran LS, and I couldn't run curl, and I didn't know what else to do, and that was the first and the last time that I've used Plan 9. But Plan 9 it's an operating system that can only be run in a virtual machine, I think. I don't know if there's enough drivers for it to run on any real hardware. There probably is. There's There's something that it's built to run on. Let's see. Plan 9 on real hardware. But, you know, it's going to be one of those weird situations where somebody has like a hardware, firmware, something. You know, it's going to be like an ISA card that has an FPGA on it that implements the virtualized hardware. Let's see. Supported hardware. Okay, that seems like a lot. It was like the Amiga, the Commodore 64. I don't think it's Amiga. And I don't know if that's Commodore 64 or not. I don't know what that is. Okay. ATA over Ethernet. Wow, there's a lot of Ethernet cards that are supported. I wonder if I could get a Plan 9 workstation. I don't know what you would do with Plan 9 though. Yes! Sound Blaster 16! Yes! Yes! I can get sound on Plan 9! Oh, if you weren't around for Sound Blaster 16, well, you were born in the new millennium, probably. Good old ISA cards. All right, anyway, what am I doing here? Get ready for Google I/O. Join us online May 2021. Update your Google Developer profile to get content recommendations just for you. All right. Okay, CertMagic, new CertMagic. Okay, what am I doing next? That's all working. You know what? I am going to actually let it take me to the errors now. All right, so. Okay, this one is not what we need. This should be at a global level. Disable HTTP challenge. I should probably put this as LC disable. Let's see. Yeah, and I need to get this agreed somewhere. Those two need to come together. Kind of, sort of, in a way. Primary DNS name, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, this is at a global level because the server either can handle this or it can't. Ah. All right, so listen, config. Okay, what was the config up here then? I just want the explicit false on that one. Okay. So this is wrong. Should probably change that to server name. Okay, so this one. Okay, so this one would be a definite real bug here. Missing CertMagic config for, what was this? Impossible error. Right? And then TLS cert is going to be TLS cert. It's not TLS cert. This is going to be magic conf. And I'm expecting, I'm not sure whether manage has to be called in order for this to kick off the background process that manages the renewal. So in Greenlock, what I did was every time, I think this is how I did it. Could be, I might have updated this later to just be a timer with the background process. But I think every time I go to get the thing, I check the date on it, which that's probably overzealous, but let's see. Sorry here. Oh, what's up, Terrace? Hey, how you doing? I still have not looked at that Stacks video yet, but I've got the tab open. That's the first step. Leaving the tab open for 6 months is the first step. Watching the video, second step. Easy. Okay. What's the most number of years that you've left a tab open? Be honest. Comment 3 in the chat below. That doesn't make any sense, what I said, but that's okay. It didn't need to. I would have had to say something like type 3 if it's less than 6 months. Type 12 if it's at least a year. Type 69 if it's been more than 2 years. All right, new CertMagic. How did I even get here? What was I even doing? All right, well, I guess we'll fix this now. Is it because it's not being used? All right, we're just going to call it this for now so that it gets off our back about it. Okay, it's saying we should merge the variable declaration. All right, and I am going to call this magic from now on, just to be consistent with what it expects in other places. This is weird. This is not the strings I was expecting, the music. I was expecting stuff that was a bit more stringy and chilly. This one's creepy. We're getting off of that. Okay, so we're back at the point where it doesn't think there's any errors. I guess we could still return a config. I don't know what would happen. Bless me. Strings.join. And for those of you that don't know why I just randomly sometimes say bless me, that's bless me. Because there's no excuse for it. So I can't excuse myself. But it's because I burped. You may not have heard the burp, but I burped. Just so that's clear, I just realized for the first time in, you know, the 4 years I've been doing this, maybe there'd be valuable to have some clarification on that, maybe. All right. What are we doing up top? DNS names? I gotta figure out how to call this. Are they domains? Are they DNS names? Are they server names? Are they SNIs? I'm being inconsistent and I don't like that. All right. I think that's right. Let me go check out where this is actually used in the code. Okay, another weird one. We're going to go back to piano after this. Too many weird ones. I think that might actually come from ACME Z. Okay, yeah. So this is the directory endpoint. Sorry, not discovery, directory. Directory endpoint. Where's the config? Where's big config? Big config. Just not gonna put that in there right now. Okay, cool. So we're getting closer. We're getting really close, actually. I do want to wrap this up soon. We're still going to have to do some more for it to have it actually work, because we need to get it all the way to the point where the config works. And to get that working, we're going to have to decide what the config should look like. And to do that, what I really want to do is what I said before. I want to make a libDNS plugin that's just based off of HTTP. I don't want to have to recompile to include new providers all the time. I want to be able to have the rule and the exception. And the rule is, it's just HTTP, get, post, put, patch, whatever. And the exception is probably Google and Route 53, where you have to do whole zone files or whatever every time. All right, DNS01 solver, DNS manager, brr, 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 brr. I wonder what else a DNS manager does in CertMagic. I want to look that up real quick. I wonder if there's other things I should be taking advantage of about it. Do I need to go back a few steps? Nope, okay. Just... list all records in the zone. Append records. Delete records, set records. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, this is too hardcore as well. This was not supposed to be the hardcore playlist. This is supposed to be the strings playlist. Did I accidentally hit hardcore by default or by accident? Is this not the strings playlist? I don't think much of this has been stringy. There we go. That's stringy. I think that they made the mistake of, if there were string instruments in the composition at all, it got tagged as strings. Okay, where was I at? DNS provider. I wanted to know about the DNS provider. Alright, so let's go back to the GoDoc. I love GoDoc so much. The Go authors are gods among men. Lowercase g. Alright, DNS manager. Interesting. Is there a new DNS manager? Nope. So typically this needs to be at least 600 because there are some providers that support lower, but that's actually, I'm surprised that that is not in the provider. I'm surprised that's in the manager, not the provider, because this is dictated by the provider. Propagation delay. I think 10 seconds is pretty reasonable. I think 0 is reasonable. Actually. Okay, I could see, okay, the DNS manager has some of this, because the propagation check should kind of time dot duration. Okay. Okay, resolvers. It's interesting that this has an override domain, but the other one does too. Okay. So do I actually need... Pretty sure we should be able to specify libDNS provider there. Hold on. I mean, we shouldn't have to. I guess it all depends on how you want to look at it, but... Okay, CertMagic provider, DNS provider. CertMagic DNS provider. libDNS. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Although, yeah, all right. So why is this up? Why is? Oh, I spelled provider wrong. Come on, y'all. What are you doing? Sleeping at the wheel? You're supposed to let me know when I'm typoing things. Interface. That's DNS name. I don't know if I want to do this one or not. Do I want to? Because we could say if it's got the DNS, then don't do it via TLNS. But yeah, is WireGuard good for securing internet traffic? Sure. Generally, you don't have to worry about that. That's not, you don't secure internet traffic in the modern day and age, because in the modern day and age everything just uses HTTPS. It was once difficult to configure TLS. It was once difficult. So it became fairly simple around sometime during the 2010s, but by 2016, after Let's Encrypt had already been out for about a year, it was a non-issue. So the encryption is not where the security lies. Let's say that. So in essence, no, WireGuard is not good for securing internet traffic, because in general, for the majority of internet traffic, WireGuard will make zero difference. And for the traffic where WireGuard makes a difference, the problems that you're going to have with those applications are far bigger than what WireGuard would be able to have any meaningful impact on. Like, if I install a bolt on the front door, but my back door and my windows are just open holes, it doesn't matter how big the bolt on the front door is. Adding a bolt on the front door doesn't increase security. And when every standard home comes with a deadbolt, adding a second deadbolt doesn't make the home more secure. I think that's actually a pretty good analogy. So, WireGuard doesn't have any effect on securing internet traffic for most internet traffic. It is a perfectly fine solution for securing insecure internet traffic. Other than that, you're securing traffic where you're adding a deadbolt to the frame of the house where there's not actually a door or windows or locks anywhere else on the house. Just don't use that type of internet traffic. If your browser gives you a big red warning when you visit a website, click away. Use a different website. Let's see. Actually, I do think we want this to be names and an array of strings, because we're going to create this config. We're going to create this issuer. We're going to set up the issuers. And then we're going to do for domain DNS names. All right, so we don't have to do that to do, because note CertMagic doesn't support multi-SAN. And I don't even know, I don't think I actually need to have a sync map here. We could probably get rid of that, because we're only going to add to it at the beginning. Although I would like the ability to add to it midstream. I would like the ability to add new configurations midstream. We can't change them, but we can add them. I mean, technically we could change them. All right. Bow, 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 bow. New CertMagic. Let's see. I kind of want to move all the CertMagic stuff out because it kind of clutters up what this is. But we do need to go through, let's see, normalize config. All right, so what are we doing here? We're creating the CertMagic store and the CertMagic cache, and we're setting the directory endpoint and a bunch of other stuff. And we're going to normalize, we're normalizing that. Okay, so with what we're actually doing then, let's see. Let's take a look at how we're handling this. So I do want a way that we can separate secrets but I don't know. I don't know what to do. What's a good approach here? So we need to have a concept of a vault. And we need to have some sort of assignment to say that the credentials that this thing is going to use So do we have an ACME whatchamadoodle here? Thought I had an ACME config in this. Let's go look back at this. Okay, ACME, here we go. So a TLS match was going to have domains. And all right, we're going to go back to piano music. There we go. And let's think about this from a practical perspective. Generally speaking, you're going to host your domains. So, I mean, like, there's the logical and there's the practical. And we want to focus on the practical because we could always make a separate config style for some specific use case. We can make use case specific configs. That's what this is, right? So we're saying basically this is an application and the domain, I don't know, I kind of do want to split out a domain config. Trying to think about how to do this. Because right now I'm thinking about it as a config file, but I also want to think about it in terms of an API and a database, not just as a config file. But the config file is what's most important right now. So if we want to say the backend needs termination, right now these are not public facing. Hell, hey Terrace. Welcome back. I'm just considering how I want this to be. I think I do want a separate thingamadoodle here for let's see, we got host name overrides, right? DNS01 provider. API is duckDNS. Config. It's going to be API token. And then maybe I will so there's a third layer of indirection here that I really don't like, but I do believe is important, which is to somehow give this like a vault ID, for example. Is that how you spell vault? Or is this how you spell vault? That's how you spell vault. I love you. I stream much more now. Well, again, don't count on it. I just happen to be working on a project that I can stream. But I should be going back to my regular work here soon. Let's see, what are we in? 2 hours in? Not even 2.5 hours in? So I think we're pretty decent in terms of time. But I would like to wrap this up, this stream up soon, and then I go back to regular work. But I want to get some Proxmox stuff in again soon too. But I'm glad you like it. We'll see if it lasts. Plan is a 4-letter word. So, is this a good word for this? I say API, DuckDNS, because it follows the DuckDNS API. And API token is going to be a vault entry ABC123. And in this case, my .env is just this DuckDNS token. So maybe what I could do is I could create a vault.json. Is it really spelled vault? Is it really spelled VA, not VU? ABC123. Yeah. I think what I would want the ID to be, let's see, let's do entries like this. Maybe we could have a salt at the top. And we could just do, there we go. And there's our salt. Why is this saying unexpected column 13 4? What? Okay, 4, line 4, column 13. There's no, I don't understand what it's talking about. What? Jake, you help me. Oh, whoops. Oopsie daisies. Okay, because it was telling me I had a misplaced comma. I'm thinking, what is it talking about? Okay, so you'd have some sort of salt, and then we could take the entry, we could hash it together with the salt and then get an ID for it. Let's see, what if I did something before where, let's see. Oh, okay. I remember how I did this once. I don't know if this would be the right approach. So what I did was I took the secret value, I encrypted it, and then I think I took the hash of the value maybe or something, Or maybe, I don't remember exactly what I did. I had it some way that the person requesting the thing, I think they had the decryption key, so they would send an encrypted value to the vault. Then the vault would hash it, the encrypted value, and then give them back the ID. And so what this could be then is this could be, say, the encryption key. All right, this bit of music's getting on my nerves. I know it's at the end, but I'm just going to skip the rest of it anyway. So we could have something like this, where this is the ID and this is the decryption key. And so it's stored at the vault, and when it goes to retrieve it, it decrypts it with this. And then we don't have to know very much about it. Anyway, I think for right now, just to get the ball rolling on this, I'm just going to stick this in the config file just so that we can move on. All right, where's my JSON to go? All right, stop. Stop. There we go. No, I don't want to select everything. I actually know what I want to select, believe it or not. That's what I want. I hate it when tools do this. I hate it so much when tools do this. Fine, I'll copy the whole thing so I can delete the first and second line off of it. Great. Does this have the option to break it down? What did I call it in the JSON itself? I just called it ACME. Yeah, I use LLMs. But a lot of times there's just better tools. Like, for example, JSON to go is just a better tool than an LLM is going to be, right? I don't know that there's anything that I've been doing so far that an LLM is going to provide significant benefit with, but have I not been using LLMs while you've been watching? Because I'm pretty sure during this project I've used LLMs multiple times, but maybe not while you've been on. I don't like the term Gen AI because it makes it sound like Gen Z, like this is Gen AI. After Gen Z comes Gen AI. I think that's what they're trying to do. I think they're trying to set it up for that. But that's not. Yeah. Okay. It is done so it will not sound like Gaia. Wait, no. Gaia's the other way. Gay! It's done so that it won't sound gay. Oh. Oh, that's hilarious. That's hilarious. Because there's AGI and there's gay. Oh. Okay. Here's something I want to do. All right, where you at, Grok? All right. All right, so this will probably do a pretty great job. Let's see, template bars. I think if method is empty, we could just say it's a get, but I do like the idea of being explicit. Oh. Can we have a... Okay. Let's see. This looks pretty good. Let's go over to libDNS. There's a template. Template repository. All right. Let me tell it what we're really doing now. Okay, template vars. Where was the make request? How did it handle the template vars? Okay. Parse body. Okay. Hmm. Okay, and it's working on the next thing here. It's writing that out. Got the one file. I think we're gonna have to tell it that we want the body. Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing where I'm not sure. We may need to have. No, I don't know if we're gonna have this or not. Type name. I'm thinking that we actually have the body be actual JSON, and then we do... What? My Twitch lagged? So you switched to YouTube. Okay, cool. Yeah, I should probably change my stream to be 1080p rather than 1440p, because Twitch pretends like it can't handle it sometimes. Just at random. Okay, I'm not sure what to do. I think it should be JSON, maybe JSON body, text body, form. I like it when it's of a particular type. So you don't have to use template vars, but you can. I like that idea. Ugh. Go JQ. No, thank you. Why would we need Go JQ? All right, let's go. I'll have to go look at this later. Any particular reason you're using Grok? Yeah, because Grok just works better. That's it. Like at first because I'd become disillusioned with Jippity because I just found the quality of it to be really mediocre, I guess. And then somebody was telling me about how they'd been using Grok and how it was doing such a good job. And I thought, I don't know. And then I tried it out and it worked really well. Before that, I was using Quinn because Quinn just worked better than Jippity did. I was like only halfway on the DeepSeek bus. Like DeepSeek, I don't like reasoning models, period. I think all reasoning models suck. They take a super long time. The answers are not better. I imagine that in some fields they could be better, but in programming, the reasoning models, they suck. At least in my experience, having used several of them. I mean, just right away, they suck. You pose a query to 4.0 versus 3 many or whatever it is, and it doesn't have to be the many one, but they're so slow and the answers aren't good. So I prefer the non-reasoning models because they're faster. It's just so much faster to reprompt and get a better answer than it is to wait 10 flippin' minutes to get a junk answer. You know, if their accuracy rate was super high, but even on the benchmarks, the accuracy is up like what, half a percentage point? 1 percentage point? So that means that you're waiting 3, 4, 5 times as long every single prompt, so that in theory, according to the benchmarks, 1 out of every 100 prompts or 2 out of every 100 prompts, one of the answers is better, right? Really, I actually do have, for the home office, the isolated connection that the Proxmox stuff is on. I do have Comcast, but premium Jippity wouldn't do anything for me. If it's premium Grok, I would take that, but I am already paying for X, so I think I'm getting premium Grok. Let me see. Is there a more premium Grok? Ooh. It looks like I am premium. Well, I'm not super, though. I could go super Grok. Yeah, I don't want to do thinking. I don't want deep search. So, anyway. What's premium perplexity? I've heard of perplexity, but there's just too many of these things, and they're really not that different. You know, whichever one can steal the most data generally is going to be best. But for whatever reason, Grok seems to be really, really, really good at Go. Jippity's good at Go, but Grok is excellent at Go. It seems, maybe. I don't know. Okay. So I've got this thing here. I should probably make that ACME config. Okay, so what I need to do now I think I need to have it first go through the ACME configs, and create a map of those, which again, let's see. So we got this normalized thing going on. And I need to load up. Actually, I think I want to get this out of here. Or we could leave it. I don't know. So I need to build up the issuer configs. I don't think we actually need it to be a sync map at this point, because I don't think that we're going to rewrite it, but I'm just going to put that in there anyway for the time being. And I know that the Go authors themselves say, hey, you don't need to name something map, but here's the thing. There's lists and there's maps. So if it's a collection, I like to name whether it's a map or not. I assume that if it's plural, that it's a list, unless it says map, in which case it's a map. And I just like to have that. I know that the Go authors don't like that because they say, well, you know, it should be named in such a way that by the name of it, you know what it is because you know the things that it is. I don't know how to distinguish between lists and maps without putting map on there. And I'd love to hear what it is that they think that I should do. I think that what they think I should do is I should just remember whether the collection is a list or a map. And I just don't want to do that. Anyway, where was I? Issuer config. Okay, so here we're going to need to have a listener. No, issuer config needs to be the same. All right. Have you Oh, okay. I missed the part before when you said, have you tried Perplexity? I missed that message. I just saw the I saw the, any reason you're using Grok, if you have Comcast, you get 1 year free, but I saw that when I was talking about Jippity. Issuer mapping. Oh, that's what I was going to do, right. I was going to do issuer config mapping. I was going to do this, same as I was doing with that one. If I was going to make it public, I'd have a better name for it. Anyway. So here's what I would do. For I don't want to do that yet. I think there's a store or replace. Let me check that real quick. Okay, there we go. That's what I wanted. I am interested to know what they think about sync map. Oh, should I be ranging? Let's see. Let's see. Need to look at something real quick. Maybe an email I need to see. Nope. I do not. I do not see an email. Okay. All right, so what do I actually want to do? I want to just switch. And I want to do a case. Okay, there we go. Oh, whoops, this should have been range, I think. ACME configs. Okay, DNS01 provider. Okay. All right, I did my first dose of weight loss yesterday. Feeling depressed now. Food doesn't bring me joy anymore. Oh, that sounds terrible. I'm going to recommend to you the absolute most terrible, worst thing. Self-control. It's going to suck for, 2-3 weeks, but then you'll have it for the rest of your life. Right? Okay. So in the case of the provider is there we go. And then here we're going to do acme conf.dns provider.config. Okay, so it's a struct with a config struct and an API token. Yeah, okay. All right. So we're going to store the issuer. And then we're going to go through the configs more broadly. I also kind of want to mark these as used, perhaps. Maybe that should be another... Because the ones that aren't used, we can just delete them. Oh, we don't need to keep them around forever. You tried self-control and it didn't work? Then you are probably not going to have success with a pill either, right? Because it's gonna get to a point where you aren't taking the pill anymore. But maybe not. Maybe once you actually have the weight off that you're trying to get off, maybe it will be such a great motivation to you that you'll be able to keep it off. It seems like the terrible thing about weight loss is that when you make any concerted effort to lose weight, it seems like you always gain it back plus a little bit more. That's the thing that just seems absolutely horrendous. Okay. Domain matchers, I think is what I want to iterate over here. Okay. So for backend of backends, probably don't need any of that. I don't know why I copied the whole thing. Just a safety blanket type of thing. I found, okay, when I was doing weight loss, I found the most effective thing, and it's a habit that you could pick up for the rest of your life. The most effective thing was to have water available and to drink enough water that I took pee breaks. Started to gain a lot when I quit smoking and coffee. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh. All right, let's see. Hmm. Okay, I think the thing I need to first do is actually do a load of the config. Did I ever do that swap? I don't think I did. No, I didn't. I forgot to do the swap-a-doodle. Okay. Let's see, load. All right, so if the issuer exists, issuer any is going to be, or is this provider? So I need to get the list of domains. From the... I don't know where I get the list of domains from. Stop doing that. Stop moving. Come on. Ugh, there we go. Oh, started camera. Take a minute. Started to do this part. Started to take care of mental health. Time to do this part. Tried keto. Couldn't stop crying. Yeah. I have been thinking about doing the carnivore diet. I know that there's a few public figures that have gone on the carnivore diet and that have had really good success with it. It's kind of hard for me to believe that you literally... I know that you can't get everything that you need from plants. I know that, you know, people have basically been tried for manslaughter, killing their babies by trying to get them to be vegetarian or something, because you can't live off of a vegetarian diet. I imagine that you can live off of a meat diet a lot longer than you can live off of a vegetarian diet. And since the meat is eating all the vegetables, like if you have a decent variety of meat between, say, beef, pork, fish, whatever, although maybe light on the fish for all the mercury and lead or whatever that goes in there, but if you have a decent variety of meat, do you get all the nutrients that you need? Because it seems like that would be, I mean, based on these teeth I have right here and how thin these teeth are right here, and the fact that my eyes face forward, that suggests to me that I should probably primarily be eating meat. And that, you know, I don't think I've ever gotten hungry and thought, oh, I really need a tomato right now. I've definitely got hungry and felt, oh, I need some beef. Like, I just need a hamburger. But I don't think I've ever gotten hungry and thought, oh, if I could just have some carrots and potatoes. I don't think that's ever happened. I think we've adapted to be able to use plants and vegetables, but I have a hard time when I look at my face and my mouth, and when I consider the cravings that I actually have, I have a hard time believing that, one, that grains are particularly good for you, and B, that really beyond the occasional roughage, that vegetables are good for you. So, you know, I'm no math magician. But the science I know, I don't know. Do you have any thoughts on that? Okay, so CertMagic, where was I at here? All right, match domains and match backends, right? Are we copying over? Where was this match at? So these are the matches that we already have. And what we're going to return back... Oh, no, that's lint config. Okay. So we're going to return back is a TLS match. So we're going through M, and we're building up matchers. So when we are building up a matcher, all right, so these domains are empty, right? But we are copying over the ACME. For whatever that's worth. If it's worth anything, it might not be. Okay, so I think what I need to do is in this bit here, I think under ACME conf, we need to have a DNS. I think we need that. Okay, and then I think maybe we rename this to issuer config. I don't know. No, that one is correct. Oh, maybe the stuttering config is a bad idea. Let's see. I don't like config, so we're gonna get rid of that. But I think what I can say here is that we can say that this gets a thing. All right, what else then? I think it's just fine to copy that. Oops, do we want to have that be that way too? All right, so then we get down here and we need to do, I guess, acmeconf.domains. But really, it's not even about these domains, is it? I guess it is. Oh yeah, we do want this to be a range. I'm not bothered by people eating or not eating meat as long as it doesn't involve child abuse. That was a weird one to just throw in there. I'd probably always eat meat, but if there's a nice alternative, I would try it. That was weird. I don't know how those sentences got strung together. I don't want to know. I really don't want to know. I don't want to throw up right now. I don't want to know. If you know something I don't about the world, keep it to yourself. Okay. Duck DNS provider does not implement CertMagic DNS provider. CertMagic DNS provider. Pointer to interface, not interface. Okay. Fine. All right, so that brings us back to here. Oh, I think you mentioned parents converting kids to vegetarian. Okay, yeah. Well, I don't consider that. I don't. Okay. There is such thing as delusion, right? So there are people who honestly believe in things that are false, like the girl who died of starvation. Well, I mean, I think there's been several people who've starved themselves to death, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, I'm going to change the order of these because the provider is what matters. The domains really don't. Okay, I don't like the way I did the config already. But it's okay, we're just going to press forward. I'm implementing more than I thought I was going to here. Oopsie daisies. Alright, so we're going to get rid of this. We're just going to get rid of that. It just doesn't belong there. We're just going to get rid of it. We're going to make this simpler. So interestingly enough, all right. Okay. Let's see. When I see Go, I wish Dart would replace. Get out of here. Wash that filth out of your mouth. Go wash out your mouth with chocolate and come back here when you've got more sense. Wish Dart would replace Go. Actually, I don't know enough about Go to really say much about that. CertMagic issuer. That's not the same. Okay, I'm gonna just cut that one out because that just seems ridiculous. The person running the software will have agreed to the terms of service. Some way, shape, or form. Kind of implicit that you agree to the terms of service if you run the thing. Dart is far behind. It is just less of a Python and more of a Java. Dart is? I think Go is great because it's minimal. It's very easy to just do things the right way. Oopsie daisies, that was wrong. Yeah, I don't like this sync map thing. It's probably a bad idea. It's probably going to lead to sorrow. Suffering and sorrow. All right. Yeah, I don't know. Not sure what I should be passing into that. I guess I could do the high level, whoops, context. Like if we shut down the program, we should shut down the async manager. Listener, listen, config. Does this have, this has a context? Okay. It's an uppercase context even. I don't know if I meant to do that, but we'll go with it. All right, so I think we actually need to invert this and do like a little if not exists bumped dot f printf oopsie daisies. And I think we need to do the same thing here, where We say if not exists. Oh wait, this one's if exists. All right, so what are we doing? Expected operand. Oh, because I have an if there. It wasn't supposed to be there anymore. Okay. So let's try again. So we're going to go through all of the available matchers. And if the back end doesn't need TLS termination, then we're just going to skip it. So we so this is kind of not good. So it's kind of important for a server. We kind of want it to well, let's see. We should let the config before we do config changes, but I don't. So the question is this: how hard do you want to fail? Because when you have a server with hundreds of domains on it, and there's a config error in one, we would like the other 99 to still work, right? But yeah, so I'm not. Because then we have to do this. Well, I mean, I guess it's fine if we can't find an ACME config. It's okay for the DNS provider to be nil, I suppose. Right. So we say if okay, but this gets us into one of the problems with Go. Golang when is nil not nil interface. Yeah, I don't like these. All right, interface I. I'm not sure that was helpful. I just got to remember, how do we determine if the interface is nil? Okay, nil interface value. So var I, describe I dot m. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about right here. Okay. Var A interface. Well, there you actually have an instance. No, you're declaring. Okay, this is what I want to know. Nil is nil true. So A interface nil true. But B is interface P int is equal to nil. B is equal to nil. Typed nil. Okay, typed nil versus untyped nil. Okay, got it. It's typed nil versus untyped nil. Typed nil is not nil, but an untyped nil is nil for an interface. Interface is a special case for nil. Okay, now I understand. That makes sense. If I understand it correctly, that makes sense. Always want to learn Go, just never gotten into it. There's never. It's a weekend thing. Like, you can learn it over a weekend. So I'd highly recommend it. It's very, very, very simple. Let's see. I mean, that's kind of. I wish I could find the conference talk. It was one of the early ones, but they said something like, we wanted to develop a language that you could learn in a weekend and be productive on Monday morning, and something like that. And that is essentially what it is. You can be productive in Go incredibly quickly. Okay. So, but what was I doing wrong here? So what I want to deal with is the case where all right, we're going to go over the backends. If the backend doesn't need to terminate TLS, we don't need to worry about it. But if the issuer map cannot load a config, then we really can't use this backend. So to do remove backend, to do remove SNI ALPN matcher if backends is empty. All right, so we're gonna have some dirty backends. So we're gonna say dirty backends equals append dirty backends. I'm gonna just give this. All right. All right, let's see. Okay, I guess that could work. Okay, that could work. That could work. Oh. This is taking a bit longer than I was anticipating. You have no code formatter? Yeah, I've got a code formatter and a linter installed. That's why whenever I hit save, it formats in lints, which is why it always takes me to the line I don't want to go to. Because I'd like to turn this off, but the default behavior is when the linter runs to take you to the first error. Okay, so there we go. I think there's a better way to do this in the newer version of Go. Let me see. Slices. Go slices package. I think there is some sort of remove. Okay, delete func maybe. I think this is what I want. Let me see if there's anything else that looks good in here. So delete func I want. I am very glad that they added this. Okay, there we go. So m.backends equals slices delete func m.backends backend dirty backends host. So this would simply be return Oh, right. Hold on. No, we're gonna go back. There we go. All right, why is it complaining? Oh no, what does this mean? See, there's the linter. there we go. Okay, got it. Now I understand. Wait, maybe I don't actually. Ah, okay, okay. I think alrighty. Where was dirty backends? So, wait, backend. I don't think that's right. Okay. Backends. Okay, backends is star backends. Okay. So that does seem that dirty backends should also be this. So we're ranging over backends, which is pointers, right? Because this is TLS match. TLS match has backends. But let's just get rid of all this for a second. Oh, there we go. That was it, I think. All right, so actually, this is not necessarily a problem that we have, because we don't need to have an ACME config in order for... Do we need to have an ACME config in order for the backend to be able to do its job? Not unless it's a wildcard, right? Okay, so never mind. I'm going to just comment this out for now, because I think I may want it, but we don't actually need it right now. So we don't actually need that. We don't actually need that. We don't actually need this. Okay. All right, so done with that. So if not exists, that's actually fine. I think that we need to invert this. Let me think about this. I think it's just a difference in how we handle the certificate management. Okay, so there is going to be... Okay. Here's what's coming to me. There is going to be a global cert manager. So let's go back to CertMagic. Oh, whoops, wrong thing. All right, so the default CertMagic is going to be let's do this. All right, so email should just be part of the email config. I don't think we actually need that in order to get started. Okay, I don't really like that, but we're going to go with it for now. The alternative would be to pass in the CertMagic cache and storage, ACME directory endpoint. I mean, basically, the alternative would be to define it inline. Let's see, could we define it completely inline there? Could we also define issuers inline? I don't know if we can. I don't think we can define issuers in line because we need a reference. When we create the issuer, we need a reference to the config. That it's confusing to me. All right. Anyway, so here we are. We're going to load this issuer. Oh, and you know what else we need to do? We need to set the on-demand. let's go back over here. On-demand config. Decision func. What was a manager again? Okay, I don't want to use anything that's considered to be experimental. On demand. Okay, so let's try this. We're going to try new CertMagic TLS only. And we're going to have an on demand, which is going to be this decision func, or is going to have, wait, CertMagic dot on demand config, which is going to have a decision func. Oops, and this is going to need to be this doodad. And so let's see. Puta. All right. I need help spelling this. Tauto, not tauta. I wonder if there's any more guidance on using the on-demand. All right. By setting this to a non-nil value, high-level abstract functions require more control Open a new window. Okay, let's see. All right. All right, okay, maybe I do need to read this one. Hold on. If set, this function will be called to determine whether our certificate can be obtained or renewed for the given name. If an error is returned, the request will be denied. IDNs will be given as punycode. Okay. During TLS handshakes. Okay. So I'm wondering, is that for the get certificate function? Okay, manage. So maybe I don't know, maybe I should just call manage async and not have the on demand. I'm not sure. Okay, causes certificates for domains to be managed according to config is not nil, then it is simply then this simply allows the domains names and defers certificate operations to when they are needed. Otherwise, the certificates for each name are loaded from storage. If loaded from storage, they are renewed. If they are expired, then cache certificates memory, prepare them. Change how already loaded certificates managed. Update the cache. Note that allow listing for on-demand management takes effect if command decision func on-demand is not nil. Is not set. Okay. All right, so what I think I'm understanding here. All right, this is why it should be lazy loaded. Allow list. Okay, I'm gonna go back and maybe let's see what music are we doing next. Let's do timesig 4/4. I don't know what that means. Does that mean that it's going to be more melodic? What does timesig 4/4 mean? All right. All right, so here what we're saying is lazy load, which I do want that. So how is manage async different from manage sync in this case? ACME operations are performed asynchronously. This method returns before certificates are ready. Okay, but here, if config on demand is not nil, then this simply allow lists the domain names and defers the certificate operations to when they are needed, versus as long as logs are monitored, manage sync. Okay, so we just do more manage stuff. Okay. I kind of want to put this up here just because it seems more relevant. Maybe even at the top. At the top seems too high. I don't know. All right, so if this has a config, then what? So if this has a config, oops, I meant to say string there. All right, what is it complaining about? Yeah, that can't realistically have an error. Well, okay. All right, so let's see here. So if we don't have an ACME config, All right, let's just get rid of this entirely. That's not going to be helpful. We're not going to worry about. But if we do have an ACME config, if we go to load for that domain and the config already exists, then the domain's just listed in multiple places for whatever reason. Could be listed for multiple protocols. One's Postgres that requires termination, the other one's something else that requires termination, whatever. Okay, fine. But here we want a different provider. All right. Okay, fine. In fact, I'm going to trim this as well. So we're going to do boop, boop, boop. And then we're going to take the same bob and we're going to apply it here. And then we're going to sloppy doodle this for this. But we're also going to what else are we going to do here? We did the swappy doodle. Or we did, wait. We did the swappy doodle. Oh, and we are having this be manage async. Good. Oh no! Apparently my restream session just died. I'm logging back in. Okay, and I still see the chat and everything. I guess my authentication expired. Okay. So all right, I think we're good again. I think we're ready to test again. Okay, your POV. With Dart, I can do web/mobile apps, terminal apps, and servers, while with Go, I can only do terminal apps and servers. I think that for mobile, you should just learn Kotlin and Swift. I don't believe in using Dart for mobile because you're just increasing the overhead of what you have to learn. You know, and especially today with LLMs, if you have some sort of, like, let's say that you have a library that manages something that's relatively complex. You can just pass in function by function and get the LLM to reproduce the library. You know, so if you write your code in a fairly simple way to begin with, like you would in Go, it would be very easy to get that ported over to Kotlin or Swift. Yeah, so if you know Kotlin and Swift, like, why bother with Dart then, right? Like, use the thing that's native to the platform. I would never advise anybody to use one of those frameworks that wrap over iOS or Android because it's so easy to write iOS and Android apps. And if you use the native tooling, it's super, super, super easy. And introducing something like Dart where you have to abstract over, okay, is this Android? Is this iOS? And then, okay, do we want to have the same sucky experience on both iOS and Android? Or would we rather have a good experience on iOS and a good experience on Android? But you obviously have more experience than me, so you tell me what you think, because I really don't know. Just intuitively, and from the little bit that I've done with iOS and Android, it just seems like, okay, yeah, maybe 10 years ago, PhoneGap made sense. Cordova, PhoneGap, whatever. But today, does Flutter make sense? I don't know. It's like if you were a one-man band, maybe that would make sense. But if you're large enough, your company's large enough to have mobile apps, probably doesn't make sense. But yeah, let me know what you think. All right, so I'm just going to put this in here for now. Hey, what's up, Kai? Long time no see. I'll read your comment in just a second. All right, let's try building this again for the first time in forever and see if we get anywhere with it. Nope. All right, what is it griping about? I'm very confused by this. Okay, debug will terminate for using specific config. Okay, and I forgot to put the /n in there, so let's do that. All right, so what Go routine panicked? And why do not I not have a better message than this? This does not seem like a very helpful message to me. But I guess I'll figure that out. Okay. I agree with you on Swift Kotlin. But I caught my daughter playing on Safari, a Unity-based game, and my mind was blown. Yeah. Yeah. Was your mind blown that it used all 1 terabyte of RAM that you put into the computer that runs Safari? That all $20,000 are hard at work? Yeah, I really wish that we went back to you just make a game for a particular console and it works well on that console. Mainly because I have a Nintendo and the Unity-based games suck. The Unity and Unreal games, they are just terrible. But you know, the Nintendo Switch 2 is coming out, and then I'll finally be able to play the Switch 2 games that I've been buying for the last few years. There's a lot to unpack. I think I just like the language and feel comfortable with Flutter. Yep. And yes, I'm a one-man band. I'm using them for one-man band projects. Okay. Yeah, I could see how not having to do the context switch would be really helpful. Okay, there, the panic was up above. Okay, ACME TLS config, great. Boop, there we go. Now we can fix that one. Yeah, I think I want to get rid of all these maps, these sync maps. Because I don't think that I actually need any of them. Because reads are fine as long as you're not doing it right. Okay, so here we go. So we'll terminate TLS for example.com. Maintenance started in background for certificate management. Okay. I see that that only started once, even though I have multiple CertMagic configs. So maybe that eliminates some of my problems or confusions. Okay, m.backends. Let's get rid of that. That's too much stuff. That's m.backends. Forgive the ugly that we've got going on right now. There might be quite a bit of it. Maybe. Okay, there we go. That looks a lot better. So what I'd like to print out is have this information up here. And actually, there's one more thing I want to add to that. Wait, let's see. Okay, so I think I'm ready to actually test this now and see if it works. And if it does, then great. The next time I work on this, I may actually be able to start moving some things into production. I want it, before I move anything into production, I want to get rid of that sync map though, because that having to do those type checks is going to kick me in the balls at some point. And I don't want that kick. All right, so let's see if we can do CertMagic. Where was my little Python web server madoodle? Okay, I'm going to restart it. It's on port 80. All right, let's make sure that my config here. Oh, and then actually no, because I still have to implement a way to add things to config. So for that, I think I will use a mutex. And if I need to use sync.map at some point, it'll be easier. It'll be easier to have the program correct. And then if I needed to use sync.map for performance reasons, it would be easier to do that conversion having the correct types than to not. But again, right now, as it stands, I don't actually need the concurrency because we're only doing reads once the thing is set up. All right, so here, CertMagic, DuckDNS, blah, blah, blah. Terminate TLS. That's all good. We got the specific config. It had the API token. So in theory, we'll see what happens, but in theory, if I hit this route now, I should get a certificate. Let's see what happens. Using ACME account, authorizing, finalized, validation succeeded, stapling, unknown TLS failure. Okay, interesting that we got an unknown TLS failure. I'm just going to screenshot this. Whoops. So that I have that in the future. So successfully downloading certificate, blah, 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 blah. And then unknown TLS failure at the very end. I'm wondering if it's not as simple as, hold on, let me, okay, that's all I had there. I'm wondering if it's not as simple as just close this out. Make sure that I don't have it open anywhere else. Like get rid of that open tab there, which that was the HTTP one, so it shouldn't have mattered. Then reopen it. All right. Oh, wait. This one might make sense. Debug, terminate the TLS, unknown TLS failure, remote error, unknown certificate. All right, so what am I seeing over here on the Python side? I'm not seeing anything on the Python side. I'm a little confused by this, but let me just go ahead and click proceed, because you know what this is? We're using the staging environment right now. So I'm not sure why we got this error here. I'm not sure where that's coming from. But we do have a working TLS router that is terminating the connection correctly. So I see over on the Python side, if we look at the Python side, the junk up here at the top, this was from earlier when we were just, before we had terminated the TLS. But here we are. So it goes to get it, gets the 200, Goes to get the favicon, gets the 400. So that looks good. All right. Was on iPad. I'm still a fan of the web, is what I'm really trying to say. Yeah, I get that. Okay, here's something that blows my mind. The game Civilization. It will play on my my x86 Mac. I have a 2015 that I need to do something about because it no longer gets security updates. So I was thinking maybe do Linux or maybe do one of these Mac OS patches, because apparently it can run the latest version of Mac OS if you patch the image file and do some shenanigans. You can get it to install, which I don't know if I really want to do that, because then I don't want to know if I want to deal with maintaining it. And my main concern is just there are some 0-day vulnerabilities on versions of Mac OS that Apple really wants you to force you on the latest version and doesn't really want to let you use hardware that otherwise would work. What's up, Honene? I am online. Yeah.
I am gonna go. What if you stay this time?
I walked out the door. There's no memory left.
All right. So there's this game Civilization. Anyway, what I was saying is it'll play on the iPad and it'll play on the x86 computer, but on the M1 it just crashes constantly. And I don't understand how that is. How can it work on my phone but then crash on the computer when ostensibly it's the same code base? Oh, and good news, my gas door clip for the car just arrived. I'm gonna have to dig a break in a little bit and use the bathroom and stuff. And go put that on my fuel door. And then I got an email back from Apple. Let's see. I've been trying to update my address, but they want way too much information. Okay. That's not what I wanted. All right, here we go. Sweet. I have both a utility. Let's see what they say. It needs to be utility bill, bank statement, or letter from a government agency. I should probably get my bank statement. Well, you can't. Problem is, none of these places will send you mail anymore. Like, you can't get a bank statement. What are you, crazy? All right. All right, cool. But anyway, I'm going to take a picture real quick of that. Wait, what did I just drop? Didn't I just drop something? I guess I'll find it later. Oh, there it is. Okay, so I'm going to take a second to do this because I've been wanting to do this for a long time, and I had to contact the utility and get them to send me mail. So, because I do not want Apple having my driver's license, it turns out. I don't think that they should need that. All right. Okay, so let me see real quick. Oh, I need to transfer those to my computer. Just a second. Different host OS? I don't know. But I just feel sorry for anybody who paid the retail value on an M1 computer because it crashes all the time. I mean, it's weird. It also updates all the time and you can't choose what version to run. Because I have had it update and then work playing for hours, no problems. The last time that I played Civ, it was that way. Then my daughter was playing it, and it just crashed every 5 to 10 minutes because I got an update, you know? Like, why did they update it? I don't know. I wish I could pin it to the version that was working because I had a friend over and we were playing and we played for hours and it was fine. So, anyway, just a second here. All right, now if I can just get, okay, do not include location, format most compatible, airdrop to my computer, and same thing with this one. Good, okay. Now, let me give them both of these documents. Let's see. Where did I just put that thing? There we go. All right, cool. So hopefully that works out for me. All right, now let's figure out what this unknown TLS failure is. Which it looks like, I think it's saying remote, but I don't think it means remote. I think it means remote. I think it's because the browser first rejected it. And the browser is considered to be the remote, which actually makes sense. The browser is the remote from this perspective. Unknown, whoop, that's not what I wanted. Unknown TLS failure. Yeah, that's good. Okay, that's fine. So that makes perfect sense. And then if we want to get this real nice, all we need to do next is simply to implement proxy support. Now I want to implement proxy protocol support, but HTTP proxy will be good enough for this. So, okay, first of all, let's go ahead and commit that because we now have something that works. So what was our last one? See, go mod, tidy, go mod vendor. Whoops, nope, I don't want to close that. Okay, whip. What do we get working? I could probably write a load. Let's see. Let's do this. We're gonna have it do something else. We'll close out of this for the moment. I might go back to that. Right. Sync.map. We only need these methods for now. Load, store. What was the other one? Delete, maybe? Let's do go sync map. I think swap was another one. And range. Ooh. Yeah, I don't think we're going to need to range very frequently. Let's see. So compare and delete, compare and swap, load or store. I don't think what have we actually used? What have we actually used? Let's not implement anything more than what we've used. Map dot load store load store load store load store load store load store. Is that am I just doing the same lines over and over again? I think sync dot map. Okay. No, use generics. Is that isn't it supposed to be oh, okay, value v. I haven't actually used generics yet, so okay. Show an example of how to use this. Let's just see what it comes up with. All right. Load comes back with okay. Okay. That's probably good enough. Method bodies are very simple. Huh. Oh, there's a defer statement? All right, so I could just remove, we could, defer seems kind of silly in this case. Yeah, we could remove the defer there. Anyway, I'm just going to go back into this. Yeah, the only loads that are happening right now are these. I kind of would like to see what happens. No, I don't want to do that yet. We're just going to leave it be. It's working. I could just get rid of the sync.map, though. I think I could do that. So what are we actually... What are the actual types of these? Issuer conf map is taking an ACME config, ACME configs. Issuer conf map. What? Dang it. Oh, whoops. I think my son is crying out for someone to help him wipe his butt. So I think I'm going to go have to do that. Give me just a second here, and I'm going to flag this as BRB. Alright, do we have a timer on it? Let's put our timer on it. There we go. I should be back much shorter than that, but I'm going to take a pee break while I'm out as well. And I'm back. Whoa, it's so warm in here. Let me turn off the heater. Wow, how did it get so warm? That's a pity. That's a pity I warmed it up so much. Now I want to open up the door and cool it down a little bit. Let's see, where's my little... Oh. Hold on. Okay. I also got a gift from Netgear. Not really a gift, but kind of like a gift in that I didn't pay very much for it at all. All right. $25 for 8-port VLAN switch, managed switch. Thought that was a pretty crazy deal. I paid more than that for my 5-port. I'll give you a link in case you're interested. Let me bring that up here. Where did it go? Let's see if it's still that cheap. Yeah, it is. It's still that cheap today, too. For anybody who's interested. I'm jamming in all the keywords there. For your benefit. Let's see. All right. Okay, so what was I doing? So I made these maps. And then I wanted to do this. Oops. There we go. Isn't that nicer? Now I don't have any errant type madoodles. Now, when we go to implement the API, yeah, maybe we'll need to update some of these things, but for right now, this seems all right. So let me make sure it still works. I can still go here. Still see it on the Python side. Looks like it's good on the Go side. Oh, it's amazing the amount of confidence you can have when writing Go programs. It's amazing that you can work on code for hours, then compile it, and when it compiles, be relatively sure that it's bug-free. Well, you know, not necessarily bug-free per se, but all right, so TLS termination works. That's good. Okay, so what else do we need to do before we call it wraps for this? Oh, I wanted to implement. So, okay, I'd like to have the ability to add without restarting. I don't necessarily want the ability to remove without restarting, but it might be nice to be able to have a Boolean that says whether or not the thing is presently active. So let's see. We don't need any. So on the init, we don't need any mutex around these maps. But we would need to put mutexes around them if we write to them. And really, I think that, you know, anywhere that we could use an atomic Boolean would be good. So let's say a backend is active or not active. I think I did put atomic Booleans on the backend for something, or an atomic counter. I know I used atomics here. Sync atomic, there we go. Atomic UN32. But don't have any atomic Booleans. So I could put here active atomic dot Boolean, I think it would be. Or maybe it's atomic dot bool, I'm not sure. Is it atomic bool? Yeah. Huh, that's weird. Oh, okay, I see. Anyway. I wonder if there's a case where mutexes are faster than atomics. I doubt it. Can Golang mutexes be faster than atomics? Huh, interesting. Wait, what's this pointer about? Okay. I don't really want to use the unsafe package. Okay. So the thing that we should be able to do very easily from this point is the HTTP proxy. So HTTP util. Oh, I already got that open somewhere? Oh, it's open right here. So reverse proxy. Okay, rewrite. Okay. Modifies the request. You can transport. Its response is then copied back to the original client unmodified. Director must not access. So wait, what's the difference between the two? Are removed. What is a round tripper? Okay, that looks good. Buffer pool. Scheme, host, and base path provided in the target. Okay, got it. Where's proxy directly? Okay. Set URL. I did not quite understand the difference between the director and the rewrite. I don't think we had rewrite when I was first working with this. So I'm going to look into that real quick. Or real slow, whichever way it happens. Go introduces http util.rewrite. Let's see, does it say when rewrite was added? Because sometimes it says proxy request added in Go 1.20. Really? Because I thought I used it before then. But maybe not? Or maybe, wait. Was it different before? Or? Ooh. Oh, interesting thing just happened. All right, I'm gonna pause. So yesterday, or was it before? Not yesterday, but okay, recently, as part of this, okay, I asked. Well, I don't know. So it says, I don't know. Why do you ask? I don't know how to word this. I was doing a supply chain audit of dependencies in one of the projects I'm working on, and I thought it was odd. Okay. I go back to this. What's up, Addie? Okay, I'm back. Let's see. Um, All right, there we go. I think that's a fair and easy way of saying this. I was doing a supply chain audit of dependencies in one of the projects I'm working on, and I thought it was odd that CPI ID was being included. Traced it back to Blake 3, and found that it's being used somewhat off-label for generic CPU feature detection. Figure that's the sort of thing that would be in Go standard lib, which it turns out to be. Let's see. Okay, let's see here. All right, I'm going into the weeds. Sorry. Okay. Let me see. Is Blake 3 still more performant than CPU optimized than SHA-2 on a CPU with SHA-2 optimizations? There we go. That's what I want to know. Yeah, this is what I was kind of expecting. But these numbers are good, right? Like, is it which OpenSSL speed? I don't know which is, I don't know what this is measuring. Because this doesn't make sense. Oh, wait. This is 16 bytes. This is, I don't know what these numbers are measuring, but it seems like this number is going up with more bytes, which would make it seem like that's slower. So it'd make it seem like Blake 2 is twice as fast as SHA-256. Okay, I'm gonna go back, look back at that caddy stuff again, where it's using Blake 3, because I think it was just hashing something like a domain name. I don't remember what it was exactly. No, it was hashing a certificate. It was hashing multiple certificates. So we can assume, what's the average size of the certificate? Let's look here. Dot local share TLS router certificates. Okay, so cert, where's the key? 3 kilobytes. So we're looking, it's probably on average somewhere in the range of 3 kilobytes. That makes sense. So if we were to look at, okay. So I have a hard time believing that we're talking about sizes where it's 3 kilobytes. And so that's less than a page of memory. So if you're going to load that onto a CPU, I don't think you're going to get any benefit in running that in parallel. I could be wrong, but you're talking about a page of memory. Let's see, how can I interpret OpenSSL speed? I'm just going to let that run and come back to that. Yeah, I just can't see that being Okay, let me not do anything else. So I'm interested to see what the results are here. I'm going to go back to caddy.community. And I don't know if my topic has gotten any. That's like new stuff or something, or how do I just view my messages? Like, how do I view my own activity? My posts? Can I still edit this? The certificate chain, which is in the realm of... let's see, do we have the chain? Does this file have the whole chain? I think the file has the whole chain. The way that Let's Encrypt documents it, the cert file has the whole chain, but let's see if we can go in and see. Okay, 1, 2, okay. See. Okay. Cool. All right, so it's still running all of its stuff. So let's see. It's extremely fast. "16 kilobytes, one thread." All right. Oh, that's too bad. That one's in Python. That's probably not going to be very good. Or maybe it's something else under the hood. Digest size is 32 bytes. Okay. All right, I'm not really clear on what I'm looking at here. $200, so 1 kilobyte. What is this? Where's Blake 3 on this one? This is time. So SHA. Blake 3 is black. SHA 256 is orange. All right. Come on. All right. Let's see. How to run Blake 3 benchmark with Open SSL. Come on, Grok. Don't let me down. All right. Hmm. All right, so this is showing the time. Oh, and then what's the blue one here? So SHA-1 and SHA-2 are the fastest. It looks like Blake does start to speed up right around 1 kilobyte. I'd be interested to see what that graph looks like if you pull it out, because it goes from kilobytes to gigabytes essentially. But it would be nice to see, to because there's an order of magnitude that's missing. Let's see here. Okay. What's the performance of Blake 3 versus SHA-256 for 4K files? I don't really want to do this, but I'll try it. Can it get parallel design optimization in only 4 kilobytes? Interesting. I mean, that could be true. That could be true. It'd be nice to see what we could see about all that. All right, I'm gonna restart this playlist back at the top and keep going. Okay, I wonder how that one person was getting benchmarks, supposedly, with OpenSSL. But let's try this out. I'm just curious. I'll just put it in the downloads. Yeah, sure. Okay, so I've got B3 sum now. Let me see if the help has any benchmark information. Hmm. Okay, so let's see. We probably are not going to be able to detect the difference here. Oh, whoops. There we go. Okay. Ah, well. So it is twice as fast. Okay. Well, system time, maybe it's not twice as fast. User time, let's see. I mean, that's including printing to the screen and everything. Or, you know, whatever. I don't know quite. Huh. Okay, well, whatever. It is faster. But again, for something that's only being done every once in a while, it doesn't seem to make sense to me. But anyway, all right, let's get on with it. So let's get back to the point of so I won't say anything about that because Did it do any Blake stuff? All right, well, out of that. This is what we need to worry about, and my real concern, before I got distracted by, I don't know, an email or whatever it was. Let's see. So I think we would attach a proxy. So everywhere that we need a proxy, we would just attach it. So when we're going through and we're making the backends, that is where I think we would be putting our proxy. All right. Or what are the objections? Okay, cool. So this looks good. And let's go ahead and just get that implemented then. All right, HTTP util. Single host reverse proxy. All right, so then we have to decide. Let's see. I wonder if this works with HTTP 2. Oh no. Okay, cool. When was this? There's no design goal effort. Okay. All right, what did I misunderstand here? Okay, what's this? Okay, I'll have to investigate this further. Like, because we want to get HTTP 2 support. All right, backend host. I'm gonna call it force HTTP for now. Okay. Okay, so does this not do TLS then? Okay, reverse proxy. Oh, okay. Can we do insecure? Scheme. Oh, I don't like that so much. Hmm. Okay. Normally, we can set whether or not the connection should be insecure. Like, we skip SSL verification. Okay. Okay, here we go. Okay, that's good. That's good. So I wonder, though, what should I set about the transport? So what do we get from the default transport? And I may have had chat may not have been working for a while. I just refreshed it and realized that something had been hung up. So if you'd said anything and I didn't respond, let me know. All right, so what do we get?
I had a really nice time last night.
Nice.
I had the best fucking night of my entire fucking life.
Force attempt HTTP2. Let's try that.
I still thought you were gonna save my life. Even after that. Be different. If we could just get another go around. Is there something wrong with a girl being attracted to me? Is that a problem? I can't remember anything without you.
That's very sweet, but try.
Okay, so we do want to get HTTP2 in here. What? Type protocols. Okay. All right, so I got a little bit of work to figure out here. All right, so let's find this.
She's there with this guy, and she looks at me like she doesn't even know who I am.
Punitive numbers and measures, all that push me on. Pain, duty, rejection, and all my own.
You know what? Maybe what I actually want for this. URL object. I don't actually want to parse it. Okay, was that supposed to be host name? Or is that supposed to be host?
You die right now, Clem. I'm just happy. I've never.
Yeah, what did I call this? Connect, TLS, and what? Connect and secure? All right, let's see what transport has. Okay, what does proxy transport give us then? All right, that gives us a reverse proxy. And that has a rewrite, and it has a transport. Okay. And the transport has protocols, right? Okay. TLS client config right there. Protocols. All right, so why is this a problem then? Why is it griping at me? What did I do wrong? Okay. What did I miss here? Transport round tripper. Maybe it's because transport isn't a transport. Transport is a round tripper. So what is a round tripper then? Does round tripper... Okay. So I need to figure out if new single host reverse proxy has any restrictions about modifying the round tripper. Okay, so what? I'm shocked and appalled. Okay, so this actually does very, very little. So literally all it does is rewrite that right there. Okay. So that is the whole enchilada with the new single host reverse proxy. Got it. Of the outbound request. Set target. Okay. Okay, set URL outrights the outbound house header. Okay, yes. Okay, good. These are dropped by default. That's excellent. All right, so this one. Oh. Okay, I need to get to a satisfactory point for this within the next 10 minutes. Let's see, modify response. Okay. Let's look at Go HTTP for a con. All right, this should not be difficult. We already have a connection. Okay, let me ask Grok this. How can I... Okay, handle connection. There's not a way to do this already? Hmm. Hmm. I don't know. I don't really like that. How do I do it in Telebit? see. Okay. Hmm. Okay, what's the... So we have a default transport. Well, this is interesting. Once it gets attached to here, it loses its type information. Or the more specific type information, that is. All right, so let's actually do this. This is probably HTTP. Oh. I would like to know about that. Okay, what's dial context supposed to be here? It's supposed to be a function. Okay. Let's go figure out what that is. Default transport. Default implementation and transport establishes network connections, blah, blah, blah. What was this? Default transfer dial context. All right, well, I gotta go. Adios.